malViolence. Alright, and we're ready to go. I don't need the controller. We can unplug this. Oh, welcome back. Again, asked by the dev to play, and ask me and they shall receive, apparently. Back to doing puzzles, and I brought paper this time, so... I'm ready to melt my brain. So, when we last left off, we had just exited the lab. The self-stylized supervillain has got world-class bad manners. Where could he have picked up such a nasty personality, anyway? You know, it's pointless to speculate, but you can't help it. Because my current surroundings are unusually ordinary. The last corridor looks straight out of a sci-fi movie. This one's practically mundane. It's got more in common with a basic stop research building. Brings back memories of my days as a low-level agent, trudging through halls, delivering low-level intel to low-level researchers. My supervisor loved emphasizing the low-level part. Pressing my keycard to the reader, hearing the little beep of approval, seeing the doors click open. Waking up in a mad scientist research facility has a way of making me long for the simpler life. Speaking of doors, the corridor's got 5 to choose from. I pause. Once again, my fate is in my own hands. Is this another of his puzzles?
Good. You made it through the experiment room.
Oh? Dr. Danger's on again. What did you... No, calm down. It's probably motion activated. I should have listened to the last recording since it seemed pretty helpful. This time I'll have to stay and pay attention.
I apologize for any distress that the previous room may have caused you.
It's fine, it just took me 2 hours.
For whatever it's worth, please know that I do not take pleasure in hurting others. The sight of blood makes me quite ill.
Oh?
It always has.
Really? Interesting.
Allow me to explain.
No, that room belongs to my apprentice. Currently, he is running an experiment, even if he seems more interested in the process than the results. Honestly, I'm in no position to lecture him. He's not cruel, he's just...
Please,
I
listen
suppose
carefully.
I can say this. All his test subjects have a certain unfortunate commonality. A terminal condition, as he sees it, that makes it very difficult for him to remain impartial.
I apologize.
For being vague here. But the nature of this work has always been a private matter. It's not your responsibility, it's mine. What's that supposed to mean?
If you're looking for where to go next, please take the door directly in front of you. The other doors are very much best left shut.
Okay.
Take care now. I'll see you in a week.
A week? The recording definitely wasn't for me. Whoever the intended recipient was, Dr. Danger clearly trusted them. I'd better take the door she recommended. No! Endings! Think of the children! An office. There's shelves everywhere. Loads of files, too. Like the hall before it, it's oddly ordinary. Just to double check, though. Yep. Pretty sure this is another puzzle room. Alright then, let's get searching. Looking for the sprawling web of photos, documents, and diagrams, I realize everything in front of me is perfectly ordinary. These are the notes of a hunter. Stop was their prey. You recognize dozens of names, operations, places, vital parts of Stop's organization that had suffered heavy blows in the last few years. But I'm disturbed by how many places I don't recognize. Laboratories, factories, and armories that must be high above my clearance level. Crossed out like someone was going down a checklist. All these top-secret sites share the same acronym, YTDI. No, I don't recognize it. That's par for the course to stop. If you don't know what an acronym means, it's probably above your pay grade. Printouts and clippings of various news articles are related to Dr. Danger's exploits, with a certain colorful sidekick occasionally breaking into the opening paragraphs. In fact, when you look at them all together, caution seems to show up more over time. Dr. Danger must have been pleased with her pupil's growth. At the bottom of the pile, a heavily weathered photo peeks out. Based on what I can make out of the caption, it looks like some kind of commemorative occasion. M18 OX2D Room 2 Des Ela Celebrate Breakthrough in Cybernetic Security? I'm giving his these faces, but did you recognize the logo? Never mind. It's just similar, that's all. My eye over the massive scrawled notes pinned in front of me. There are two distinct sets of handwriting here, but the contents are mostly the same, and mostly domestic? Notes on what to eat for breakfast and what to start preparing at? Or when to start preparing at? Notes on how much sleep to get, what stories to read, birthdays, exercises, meal plans, and chores. The two who wrote these notes weren't just sharing the same space, they were living together. Dude, that's a puzzle. That's a puzzle. That's a puzzle. Nothing in the bin. There's a note stuck to the water cooler, which doesn't actually dispense any water. It says, the children who came with a knife also received the perspicacious processing implant. Children received the arms implant arrived last. The toy plane could belong to a child with heightened hearing. The child who received new eyes. The yo-yo belonged to subject F, the subject who received cybernetic legs. The cell number of the subject with cybernetic arms is half the cell number of the subject D. The child who got new eyes came 1 month before the child came with a knife. Can I reread that, please? Because that feels like it was clue information. Documents appear to be designs for forensic limbs, like they produced by Stop at first glance. Closer inspection, there are more differences than there are similarities. Stop's technology is more generalized, more efficient, and angular. These plans are heavily customized. Actually, hold on, I have a history button. Living together. Alright. Let's make some notes here. Just in case my history does not go back far enough. We gotta be a real Stop agent. Child with knife. Also got perspicacious processing implant. Child arms arrived last. Toy plane could be heightened hearing or who received new eyes. Perspicacious processing could be eyes. I'm an author, and there are some words even I struggle with. Yo belonged to subject F, who received legs. The cell number of the subject with cyber arms, probably the same as armed arms, is half that of subject D. The child who got new eyes came 1 month before the one with knife. Which means that new eyes is not perspicacious. That is acceptable. Hold on, did my stream not? Okay, I just paused it like an idiot. Mute it, please. Alright. Designs are heavily customized. Could have been suitable for a very small number of subjects, possibly as few as 1. Perhaps like danger, based it off stolen data. Make a note to tell my supervisors about possible reverse engineering. This computer there. Survey the diagrams before you. From a distance, it seems to be your average blueprints. Blueprints for weapons of all makes, shapes, and sizes. On closer vision, they reveal a certain quirkiness that doesn't belong on a technical document. The handwriting is also distinct, for lack of a better word. That said, poor penmanship hasn't dulled the designs themselves. The least dangerous of these would be devastating out in the field. The oldest of the blueprints, ones hidden at the bottom of the pile, look wildly different. Clearly another person was behind them. In fact, if I squint, I can still find the signatures at the bottom. Distrange, they say. Dated more than 15 years ago. Anything else? Does not appear so. So we have 1, 2, 3 puzzles. What's the door got? 5 empty slots on the door's lock. Guess they need to fill them up somehow. Caution's a big fan of word games, so he wants you to come up with a word that's almost as good as the one above. Taser. Shock. Have to find some letters. Yeah. I'm gonna guess it's shock, but... looks like we only have 3 puzzles, though. Let's start with the computer. Or displaying some kind of simulation. Better take a closer look. Oh, hooray. It's time for a crash course in cybernetics. Lay down new synthetic neural pathways, but be mindful of the original pieces that can't be moved. Neural pathways must form one continuous loop and occupy every available space. Pathways can cross over themselves, but they can't retrace themselves, so no T intersections. At any 4-way intersection, a neuron will always go straight through, it will never turn. I can only submit one possible solution when there are no ended pathways, including T intersections. Okay, so I have to draw. Well, this has to come out both ways. Because I have to fill that, that has to go there. There has to be a bit that goes there. This has to cross over at least those and do that. So I need to fill everything, I imagine. That's got to go there. This is a problem. So I can't end in a T intersection. There's nowhere else to go here. This has to be continuous, so... it has to be a loop. There needs to be no open-ended pathways. It will always go straight, so like that. That is how we get through there. Alright. One step at a time. This has to come out here. This needs to go here. It can't do both, so we're gonna have to end up with a T intersection here to solve for that. It's gotta go there and around. Alright, I'm gonna stretch these out and see what we get. This was a terrible idea. Can I undo? Ooh, I can undo. Alright. Well, we're in a corner. We've got to turn. That is acceptable. This one has to turn because it's in a corner. This has to come out here. That has to go there. I think we need to do something like that. Probably like this. And that means this has to continue to there as well. It works-ish. Let's try to get all of it. We'll see if we need to do some alterations there at some point. I don't think we're going to get the bad end on this one. Unless I deliberately try to. So this has to go here. Because of how I've committed to this, it's got to go down. These need to come out here regardless. These are going to be interesting. How do we make a continuous bit of going through them? Well, we're going to end up having to at least come out of all of them. And there can't be a T, so this does have to come out and go to one of them. Which one will depend. Okay. I don't know how much of this space I'm going to need just yet. Okay. Uh-oh. So we can't end in a T. Alright. How do we... So I think we connect... So if we go, like, loop through... Okay. This needs to connect now. This... We have a problem here, essentially. What if we... Nope, I can't, because this has to come up and come to here. But this doesn't have to go here. Because that's a loop that we can work with. Can we work a loop here, though, is the problem. That has to go here. I think that's the only way I end up filling that, because it's got 2. Something like that. That should make this continuous. This can go to here. Figuring my way around here is going to be rough, though. Squishing up with this side. something like this. Fills that. We can't have a T intersection though, because it will always fail. Which means this has to come up, and that makes a new T that we can't actually do anything with. Okay, let's take these out for now. And that out, because we can't have a T. Alright. I don't think any of this will help me with that. So we don't have any room to loop. That's a T, we can't do that. We have to fill this space though. These are a problem. Yeah, I can't even submit it unless I actually find a conclusion. Might as well correct those there. Okay, is this a continuous line right now? Because I can work off of that. Okay, if this goes up here, can we come down? We can go one, and then come around, and then go up. Down. In theory. Let's undo some of this. That's not necessary technically. What if we did no, that's going to create a T. There has to be something here. That's going to create a T. I have been boobed. Hey, Bubba. Alright, let's... How was Floof? Could be better. Puzzles are hard. Okay, so that's the only way I can do that. How do we get up around here? I can't make that a... So that's the only way that that works. Dealing with the after effects of a wicked toothache? Ugh, rough. Alright, you win. Okay, this isn't necessary. What if we went this way? No, because that would end up as a T if I tried to do that. Ugh. brain. This end bit. Okay, what if we changed our mind here somewhere? Did something like that. Removed these, and then like this. No. Because we can't have a T. Yeah, that just doesn't work. Could not have a connector there, though. But then this is a closed loop. Can I have more than one closed loop? If we extend this to now include that, there's a T there that we can't have. No. That's not going to work. Have I seen the Fallout Yo-Yo cards? I have, believe it or not. They seem interesting. Not exactly a product for me since I don't play the game, but neat nonetheless. You will look great in foil. I think I have something going on here. Problem is getting it to work properly, because I need to have a T there. And this is still a problem. These are T's, I can't do that. So maybe that, back again. I do have to get in. Yeah, no, because that has to go that way. That has to come out there, so I can't add anything more that way. Let's just make T's. Still need to get the Dark Magician for the Battle of Chaos. Yeah, this has to go this way, and has to go at least this far. Yeah, no, I think I had this before. Neat. Alright, does that technically work? Let's follow this down. Around. Guess we connect this here. Follow it through. Come around. Nope, that's a T. The moment we have that T, we fail. There has to be a connection that way somehow, which means there has to be a connection this way somehow. Oh my god, this sucks. I feel like we're close, but these T intersections suck. Yeah, I have to use these. That's what I mean, we're close, because the moment I do this, we have another T intersection, which is a problem. I can't actually do that. Which would mean it need to be something like that-ish. But this is a T that can't happen, so that needs to be undone. And then that square is just impossible to fill, because we can't get a T intersection there at all. Like, because of this block here, we either need to turn here or go straight through, and we can't do either. Can I submit a failure? Nope. We go one section at a time. That is what I got here. The problem is these. This is the last section to need to think about. It needs to make a continuous loop. Yeah, I'm gonna hit this reset button. So we know this basically has to happen, because there is not another viable way, and it has to not T there. So it has to go down. This has to go here. Bits have to come out of here, because those have... Well, actually, they don't have to do it yet. That has to, though, and that has to, and then that has to. So which means this has to also be a T intersection. This has to bend there. This has nowhere else to go, so it has to bend there, and we can't... We could continue through for a cross. Top left could be its own loop, possibly. Let's put all the guaranteed moves on. This is a 50-50, and that's a big issue. Since these can't have a thing, if they do have it, it has to go straight from there to there. This is the only way to fill that section. So that is a guaranteed. There is not another way. It's blocked off on 2 sections. It fills it out. It's not going to affect anything else, regardless of what I do. We don't have 2 ways in. Well, actually, we have a way here and here. But I don't think they'll work properly. Because if it was something like that and this, it could theoretically work. There's a lot of ways that this could technically work out. The problem is, like, which one is the best. These all have to go this way, because I have to put things all 4 sections there. And because this has created a T intersection, I also have to go here. So this is going to have to split one of these 2. It can't do both. See, the problem with top left being its own loop is it needs to... The only way that I could think of it would be something like that. At which point, then, we have other problems. So that means this can't be a T, which means we have to, because we can't go that way, we have to go these ways. Seeing options, exactly, and that's the thing, is it's just going to be a lot of experimenting. We've also created a problem where this corner is currently not filled, which means that the only way we can get to here and go somewhere is there, which means this also has to have a cross section. Which can't go up because it would create a T, so also has to keep going. So it needs to be at least to there before it connects to something. Which creates more issues. I can extend these technically. And that does that, and then this has to go at least there. Let's look at our loop so far. So it's doot, around, in, doot, around. Usually better at these buttons because otherwise it's stumping me because I'm on the hardest difficulty. Because this could be something like that. And then that would mean connecting those two. And that just means we need to figure out this hot mess. But if we could figure out that hot mess, we'd be fine. This has to go this way, which means it has to go this way. If I can just figure out this knot. No, because that creates a T. That is how that has to go, though. Let's try to eliminate this. If that goes there, so we don't have a T going, no. So this has to be this way. It's the only way that is capable of connecting. So this is wrong, for sure. Because this has to come up this way. There is no other option. Which means this is a T and can't have that. Which means we can't do this structure here at all. But then there's nowhere for this to actually... What if... that... and like... here, maybe? Is this a continuous loop? So start from here. Go around, come through, go down, up and around, up here, down, up and around. Comes through, go down, up here, through here, and back. Solved it! Maddie got it. Why? Because I like hard mode. Bit of it, reveal two small tiles inside. R and T are written on them respectively. Now, where can I put them to use? Of course I did it. I'm a genius. I'm gonna save right here. And here. Just in case something goes horribly wrong. How's Binks? Sleeping on the couch. Alright. Let's figure out our next puzzle. So we've got two more. A computer in a small, strange coliseum. Wonder if it's that. Of course! It's a puzzle! In a stealth campaign, Caution has managed to take control of a stop holding center, where several young test subjects are being held in a futuristic panopticon. To give them the best chance of survival, Caution needs to rearrange the cells so that each group of escaping testees is balanced. Those groups are shown as circle, triangle, square, and an X. However, the bureaucratic system is left only the bare minimum operating instructions on how to operate the panopticon. Purple, or blue beats, white beats, black beats, that. How Caution arrange the cells according to the limitations of the system. stuff. Does that make them blue? I have limited moves. Let's load. So each group needs to be equal. I have no idea what this actually means. Let's go and look at this one. The blackboard is covered in little doodles, but they don't seem to be there just for decoration. I hate to admit it, but they are kind of cute. They actually are really cute. I really like the art of this game so far. Completely unlike their creator. Dude. Child came with a knife, also received. Oh, okay, cool. All of the stuff that I found is here. Thank you. During the last operation, we only managed to save 5 test subjects. We also found complete records that indicate all the subjects of this facility arrived in the same calendar year, and a box of personal belongings. Click on notes for a detailed view. In the detailed view, click on written notes to strike them out. Cool. Using the information we have, figure out which item belongs to who, which cybernetic implant each subject received, when each subject arrived in the facility, and which stayed in. So can I... Okay, so that's how that works. Okay, and I can undo. Armed arms implant, it's true. Alright, so, what is the... Alright, persistent processing. Okay, sweet. So, we know that the one who owns the knife also has that implant. Good, good. That is a guaranteed connection. Huge. Yeah, but which one's subject? Oh, okay. I can hover for their names. Child received the arms implant, arrived last. So he arrived last. We don't know when, though. The toy plane could have belonged to either hearing or new eyes. Okay. So those are that's a 50-50. Either subject F or the subject who received cybernetic legs. Which we do not know at the moment. The child that got new eyes came in 1 month before the child came with a knife. Is that a Sharingan? Wait, wasn't there one on cell numbers? Yeah, I have a hint on cell numbers as well. That's not up there. Because the cell number of the subject with cyber arms is half of that of subject D. And if we only have 4 and 2, we can only make halves that way. So, cyber arms, which... That's armed arms. Is cyber arms different? That's lethal legs. Nope. Okay, so arms is half, which means it has to be 2, and subject D needs to be 4. How I'm supposed to find other stuff, I'm not sure yet. Since that's an or and not an N, the emblem with the arms was Barrett. We haven't found any information on the bracelet or harmonica. I feel like there's got to be more information around. Doot. Domestic tasks. So stuck to the front of a desk. Subject D has eye implants. Alright, I'm gonna write this down just in case. D got the eye implants. I see more notes already. Alright. We got this. We can do this. Dr. Danger. Subject D's nuts. How dare. 2 children arrived before G, and 2 arrived after. The toy plane child had higher cell number than Yo-Yo. Bracelet was found in the cell right of the hearing implant. To their left was empty longest. That's a 2 piece of information one. Cell number of the subject with cyber was half of the was subject. Yeah, okay, so I found that extra. Subject R came with a toy plane. Came with a plane. Alright, there's another note there. Take a look at the backboard. Lethal legs was between Knife and Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo. Self-charge received the processing plant was between the cells who arrived in July and February. Okay. PP implant between Julie and February. Good, use the restroom. Good luck. Thank you. Child received the heightened hearing. Arrived 1 month from your hearing. Arrived 1 month apart from Yo-Yo. Child with Yo-Yo stayed in cell 2. So Yo-Yo in cell 2. Child with the harmonica arrived first. He had to play those prison tunes. Arrived first. Cell 3 arrived in November. Bracelet was not in cells 0, 1, or 3. Subject R not legs or the PP implant. Should I see if the lethal legs ever arrived in February? Legs arrived in February. That's important. I can work with that. Are there any other notes I can see? Just looking for little slips of paper around. I don't see any more. That's that. Let's string up some evidence. Alright. That looks significantly more complete. Alright, where was the one? Where's the half number one? Cell number of half. So that's the only possible bit there. Subject R, F, G, A, D, R has the toy plane. So that's for sure. So we know that's higher than Yo-Yo. Is there any other subject R's cell? Harmonic owner arrived first. Cell 3 was occupied in November, so we need to connect November to cell 3. What did you miss? I found more notes. And we've started putting the yarn on the table. So that's cell 3 arrived in November. Bracelet was not in any of these three, so bracelet has to be either arms or subject D. Subject R didn't have the legs or the implant, which means can't have the knife, which is fine. That all works out. Lethal legs is tied to February, so there's February. So we need it's part of your brain that wants to go separate the SD card from your Stream Deck, install the fighting games on it, as you do. Lethal legs arrived in February. So we haven't connected the knife to a cell or the yo-yo to a cell to put the lethal leg somewhere. And that's between July and February. That doesn't help me immediately. Heightened hearings, one part from yo-yo. That doesn't help anything. Child with yo-yo stayed in cell 2. Alright, so let's connect the yo-yo. To cell 2. It's got the name Clark on it. Which means we know arms and yo-yo are the same person. Child received the arms arrived last, so we know that it'll be further this down there, but where exactly? So she's allowed to have hearing or new eyes. So it's one of those two. One month apart from Yo-Yo. The legs, knife and Yo-Yo. Yeah. So she definitely didn't have legs or the prosthetic, which is unhelpful. So we know 2 that she couldn't have and 2 that she could have. Arms arrived last, we know that much. F or cybernetic legs. Do we know anything else about F? We do not. If we could connect a person to birth. Subject D had the eye implants, so we know that's there. Where's that one? Which means toy plane could have belonged to the child with heightened hearing or new eyes, which means heightened hearing has to go to the toy plane, because we've now solved for eyes. Alright. I love these kinds of puzzles. So that's a guarantee. Man, look at all this nonsense. I love it. Is there anything else we can immediately jump? 2 kids right before D and G after C. We know G's is the middle of the dates, for sure. Yo-yo belong to subject F, or whoever received legs. We don't know either of those at the moment. We don't know who the legs belong to. We just know that they arrived in February. The harmonica's owner arrived first. We know the bracelet doesn't go in 3 rooms. Subject R did not receive either of those. That is correct. We solved for that already. This is the cell numbers. Can we make this work? Child with the lethal legs implant was between the cells of the child who came with the knife and the child who came with the yo-yo. So, the legs need to be in either 1 or 3. I'm gonna... That's a new piece of information that doesn't technically exist. This implant was between July and February. So we know PP implant is next to the legs, because the legs are locked to February. Next to legs. Heightened hearing is 1 month from the child who came with the yo-yo, so we know there's a 1 month difference. Higher number than the one who came with the yo-yo. So has to be 3. Because that is the only high number that is higher than the yo-yo and connected to a different implant. So that is, subject R is in cell 3. I think that is a guaranteed. Because 4 is locked to a different implant. Which means, if that's 3, then legs was 1 or 3, which means legs has to be in 1. So that it's next to the yo-yo. And that put the knife in 0. I think that works. Let's see. Lethal legs is between knife and yo-yo, which, yes, that's currently correct. Whoop. There we are. PP implant between July and February. We know someone's February. The legs are February, which means they're there. Which means for subject R is July. That would be correct. Because it's between July and February. It's getting so hard to see my stuff. Heightened hearing is 1 month away from yo-yo. Yo-yo does not have a date at the moment. Bracelet is not in 1, 3. 3, 1, 2. Cell 3. Dang it, that doesn't help me. Cell 3 is subject R. We have nothing connected to Subject D. Poor Subject D. Pops. Hello, Muni. How are you doing? I'm solving Q puzzles. So bracelet's not knife for sure. So of 4 or 2 or 4. Wait. So this is connected to Subject D, who has the eyes. So I think this means that since the yo-yo's there, the bracelet has to be in 4. How good am I at fighting games? Absolute trash tier. Why do you ask? The harmonica arrived first. There's a chance someone could be January. In bed waiting for the internet cafe to open? Nice. 2 arrived before G and 2 arrived after G. Thinking of getting me Marvel vs. Capcom as a late gift next check? I mean, I'm so bad at fighting games, I'm never gonna end up playing it. Yo-Yo belonged to F or cybernetic legs, but we've now connected arms and Yo-Yo to the same one, which means Subject F has to own the Yo-Yo. God dang, I keep missing. Child who got new eyes came 1 month before the child with the knife. Is our knife child connected to anything? No. Is the Madam good at rhythm games? Oh, I'm decent at rhythm games. Guitar Hero? No. But a few others I'm pretty good at. It depends on the rhythm game. I really like Rhythm Heaven. It's great. Toy plane, higher cell number. We did that. Because that was the only option. Bracelet directly of the right who received the hearing implant. So 3 received the hearing implant, yes. And the left. Alright, this is a piece of information I'm going to need to write down. So the bracelet's in the cell to the right of the hearing implant, which is here. So I think that works that way. And to their left remained empty the longest, so 2 arrived last. Which means Subject F arrived last. Which, at this point, I think is November. Wait, no, it is November. So November is the absolute latest month. I think. No. Yes, no. There was one that was 1 month apart. Dreading completing Capcom Fighting Collection 2 because you can have both the Capcom-made Capcom vs. SNK games. Spicy. Subject G is 2 before, 2 after. Heightened hearing is currently Subject R, 1 month apart from the yo-yo. And the yo-yo is that. So 1 month apart from F. G. Subject G. If F is November, that's July. Have I ever played Namco X Capcom or Project Cross Zone? I have played Project Cross Zone. Yep. It was pretty good. I actually have the second Project Cross Zone as well, I just never played it. So, Subject G is our middle child. Armed Arms arrived last, so... that means he has to arrive in December. and be 1 month apart from November. Which is the hearing implant, yes. I almost feel like I should reset. Like, I need to organize things better. Because I don't even know what has a connection or not, because of how the graphics are. Hearing implant, 1 month apart. Has to arrive last, so... November, cell 3, her. So then... Subject G. So 1 month apart from Yo-Yo, right? Yes, that would be correct at the moment. Alright, I'm going to scratch that and claim I've got it. It's got to be December. That would also mean that 2 remained empty the longest. Right of the child with the hearing implant. Which doesn't work with my to the right thing. The left remained longest. Cell 4 would then need to connect to December. No. No, sorry, bracelet to the left, empty the longest. No, that wouldn't work. Shit, we've made a mistake somewhere. Reset it. Undo the stuff. From the top. Alright, subject D, eye implants. That's a guaranteed. Cell 3 in November. That's a guaranteed. Just do all of our stage 1 ones. D arrived, eye implants. Yo-Yo with cell 2, guaranteed. The knife and the PP. Okay. We're subject A. Alright. So where's the half one? Where's the stupid half one? Cell number of the subject with cybernetic arms is half the one with that D stated. So that goes there. And subject D goes to cell 4. Because that is the only number with halves. That is a guaranteed. Alright. At this point, subject R has the toy plane, we know that. That's a static. Alright. R doesn't have legs or the implant, which means can't have a toy, so Yo-Yo's out. And can't be that one. So we know that she has to have the hearing. Lethal legs are connected to February. I think I should try to, if I have a kid, always connect to the kid. So We know lethal legs is in 1 or 3. We just don't know which one yet. And this is between February. So legs is in 1 or 3, and this has to be next to it. Which means they could be either one. Except we know that that's there. So, if legs has to be next to, or legs has to be in 1 or 3, but also next to the perennial implant, and cell 2 is always occupied by that one. And 4 is occupied by that. That means legs has to be in 1. That is a guaranteed. Because there's not another way that it works. And that means the perennial implant has to go to 0. So I think we've got all the implants are connected to something. So where's the legs thing? Alright, so that's lock 0 out. 3 is only connected to November. And 1 doesn't have a toy yet. Heightened hearing or new eyes. We already know that. F or legs. So this has to belong to subject F. Which means now I'm going to very carefully reconnect everything to the child. What the fuck else is it connected to? Oh, it's cell 2. There we go. Alright. So we know she's in cell 2. She's got that. We just need her birthday. Or not birthday, but when she arrived. So that's done. He's connected to cell 4 and the eyes. That's got no connections. These aren't connected to a person yet. So... Yo-Yo is in cell 2. Toy plane has to go to a higher cell, so toy plane has to go to 3. Because he can't be 4. Okay. So legs are February and room 1. So new eyes came 1 month before the child with a knife. Is the knife connected to a date yet? It is not. And we know the arms arrived last. I'd almost say that he's harmonica, but I'm not 100% on it yet. Because he'd have to arrive first with that. Bracelet's not in 0, 1, or 3. 0 is connected to the knife. 1 is connected to nothing. And 3 is connected to our girl. Which means... Yep, I think that means the bracelet has to go to room 1. No, it's not in 0, 1, or 3. It's specifically in 2 or 4. I'm stupid. She's got the yo-yo at 2, which means he's got the bracelet. Because it has to be 4. Which means subject D didn't come first. Cell the child with lethal legs. It's between the one that came with the knife. Yep, that would be 0. And the one that came with the yo-yo. Yep, we did that one. The The implant is between July and February, so it's in 0. We know the legs are in February, which means this needs to be July. No, not June. July. So if she's in July, we know there's a February, we know there's a November. Is this 3? No, that's not 3. She's 3, right? Yes, she's 3. So the bracelet, which is him in cell 4, is directly to the right of the one with the hearing implant. So she's the hearing implant. So that's to the right. And the cell to their left remained empty. So 0 has to arrive last. So that's perennial arrives last. PP arrived last. Didn't I determine that subject F arrived last, though? Yeah, so I made a mistake somewhere before. Yeah. Child cell implant between July and February. Yes. Good. Height and hearing is 1 month apart from Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo doesn't have a date. She is height and hearing. So subject F is July, or no, June or August. Or August. Harmonica arrived first. Who doesn't have a toy? Neither of these two are connected to anything. But D, R, and F all have their toys. So this is A or G, but they're not mentioned like anywhere. Armed arms implant arrived last. Which means I've made an error somewhere. Again. Okay. I think my error was I put subject R on July, which was wrong. Why do I love hard mode? Alright. Cell 3, November. Lethal implants. Lethal legs is February. So February legs. Those are static. Lethal legs was between Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo is in cell 2. That is a static. D received eye implants. That's a static. R has toy plane. That is static. And the knife connects to something, normally. Knife, brain implant. Okay. Can I, like, move these? No, I cannot. Can I look at their pictures? I can. Look how cute they are. Okay. Let's try to connect where possible directly to this, because this is what's causing me the most problems, just how its lines go everywhere. So I think when possible, instead of going to the kid, we go to a date. Because they cross over the most. Alright. Arms arrive last. Toy plane could belong to heightened hearing or new eyes. Which is R. She can't have new eyes, so she has to have heightened hearing. F or legs, there's nothing stopping either of those right now. Child came with with new eyes came 1 month before the child with a knife. We don't have a connection to that yet. Where's the half one? 1 month apart. So the arms is in half of D. And that's subject D. So that's a guarantee because it's the only one with a half. Higher than yo-yo has to be 3. So now we know 3 is November. So what we're gonna do is not October. Jeez. Alright, so we connected cell 3. We now connect it to her. We'll undo her connection to the ears and redo it there. And connect to the plane, which we will undo that connection for now. So that connects everything to November. We have a cell number, a person, a thing, a thing. So November is locked the fuck in. That all checks out, because the toy plane has to be higher than the yo-yo. Alright. Huge. I believe the legs is between some stuff. Sorry, so I'm gonna get the betweens. Subject R didn't receive those. We know that they got hearing. Yo-yo belonged to F or cybernetic legs. So the child received the prosthesis implants. The heightened hearing is 1 month apart from yo-yo. Okay, so we know she's heightened hearing, and she's November, which means yo-yo... Alright, let's scratch some of my nonsense. Yo-yo has to be October or December. We just don't know which one yet. Because it's 1 month apart, doesn't say which way. July and February, we don't have a place for that at the moment. I've missed a step. Bracelet has to be in 2 or 4. 2 is connected to that, which means bracelet needs to be connected to cell 4. Because we already know that yo-yo's in 2. Arms arrived last, so arms also has to be yo-yo, which means arms makes it December because it has to arrive last. So then we'll grab December, grab these, and cell 2. And we'll disconnect those from cell 2. December kid in cell 2. So that scratches the yo-yo one apart. And that scratches arms arriving last. Alright. For my next step, Subject D has the bracelet in cell 4 with the thing. I think he's cell 4 anyway. Yes, he's cell 4. Eyes are in cell 4. So the bracelet was found in the cell directly to the right of the child who received the hearing implant. So because we know that that's 3, directly to the right, the left is empty longest. So cell 0 would have to also be arms, but that's not possible. Because they're already in cell 2. And it's literally impossible to... Damn you, brain. I don't want to start over again. I hate trying to sort through all of this, is the problem. Alright. I think I'm gonna have to start taking some hand notes. And not use the strings because they're just confusing me. Alright, what guarantees can we connect? We'll sort them by subject. We have R, D, F, G, and A. R, D, F, G, and A. Things that we can guarantee. So, we can connect cell 3 in November. I'm going to use a little bit of both here. R didn't receive those. Child received those in February. Yo-Yo is cell 2. So the more to make a connection to something, we're going to write it down permanently. Lethal Legs is February. We know the processor's connected to the knife. Arms arrived last. We know R has the toy plane. So that is a person connection. So, subject, toy, room, implant, and arrival. So we know R has to have the plane. That is always a connection I can skip over trying to do over and over again. And we know D has the eyes implant. Eyes. Alright. My brain. It's melting. So we know R didn't receive either of those, and the one with the plane received heightened hearing. So that's a guaranteed connection. We know she's got hearing as her implant. So anything that connects to that is guaranteed. I wish it told me which, like, is it right from my perspective, or as if they were looking at... I'll just assume it goes clockwise or counterclockwise. Probably would have been a better way to describe it. So cybernetic arms is half. Arms has to connect to 2. And subject D is always connected to cell 4. Room 4. Has to be. It's the only one with a half. Toy Plane has a higher cell number than Yo-Yo. We know Yo-Yo's 2. So then she has to have room 3. So subject R has to be plane 3 in hearing. It's the only way that that's viable. Because she can't be in 4, D's in 4, and the Yo-Yo we know is in 2. Because, yeah, child with Yo-Yo stayed in 2. Leaves 2 options. Bracelet is not in 0, 1, or 3, which means Bracelet has to go to 4, which means Bracelet now belongs to Subject D. And he is kind of our other mostly done person. So, Lethal Legs is between Knife and Yo-Yo, which means... This is one of my things. Lethal Legs is between Knife and Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo is 2. Between 2 and... We don't have one for the Knife, which means that... And she can't be 3, so Lethal Legs has to be... in 1. So, Lethal Legs in 1. That has to be so, which means that... Knife and Yo-Yo. Knife goes to room 0. So if we can connect something to room 0, we're fine. Knife and Yo-Yo. Hearing implants one month from Yo-Yo. We haven't gotten it everywhere. This implant is between July and February. So we know 0. So we know 4, which is subject D. He has to have arrived in July. Because it puts them as opposites. I think. Yeah, because this processor goes here, which means it's got to be July and February. We know February is the legs, which means July is the other one, which means it's him. Alright, that's a guaranteed. We agree with everything so far. Alright. Heightened hearing is 1 month apart from Yo-Yo. We don't have any connections to Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo belong to F or legs. Yo-Yo does not have a connector point, so it's still open. New Eyes came 1 month before the child with the knife. So Knife has to be August. I think that would make some sense. Try to see if the arms implant arrived last. So arms has to arrive after August and November. Which means and the heightened hearing is 1 month apart from the one with the Yo-Yo. So I think... Okay. So we know the Yo-Yo belongs to subject F. Let's connect our things to subject F right now. Because the yo-yo is also the one with the arms. Okay, so subject F has the yo-yo in room 2, because we've learned that enough times. Their implant is arms. And we don't know their birthday at the moment, but they have to have come last, which means it has to be after August and November. Which means it has to be December. It has to be. There's not another option. December. Because it's the only way that she arrives last after someone in November in a different cell. And November is cell 3. Which means... heightened hearing is 1 month apart, which means that she's gotta be November. I was right on November. November over to our one with heightened hearing. We'll just put it over there. Alright, so that's 5 kids. We had nothing connected to G and A. So, we know that if the knife is August, which I believe I've connected, August is now the middle month because we have February and July guaranteed, which means it has to belong to subject G, which means subject G gets knife, room 3, no, not room 3, room 0. The implant of the PP, and has to arrive in August because it's the middle month, which leaves subject A to arrive in February, have the legs, be in room 1 with the harmonica because they arrived first. Alright, that's it. Let's just reset and go by my notes. So, R has plane, room 3, hearing implant, arrived in November. Subject D has the bracelet. He was in room 4. He has the eyes implant and arrived in July. Subject F has the yo-yo. They're in cell 2. They have armed arms and came in December. Subject G has the knife. She looks like she's gonna stab me with it. She's in cell 0. If I read my notes correctly. Has the perennial processing. She's got the smarts to kill you, and arrived in August because she had to arrive in the middle. And then that leaves everything: the harmonica, cell 1, the legs, and February to subject A. Alright, we solved the puzzle. Tiny blue tile tells the floor. Upon closer inspection, it reads the letter E for evidence. Or maybe for end of puzzles, or enough of these silly games. But that's just wishful thinking. Either way, I decided to take it with me. Alright, so that just leaves... right, that Colosseum thing is a panopticon. Off to puzzle solving I go. Over right there. And over right here, because this is our last puzzle in this room. Alright, it's a stealth campaign. I've managed to take control of the Stop Holding Center. Several young test subjects are being held in a futuristic panopticon. I need to give them the best chance of survival. I need me to rearrange cells so that each group of escaping testees is balanced. Balanced how? The groups are shown as a circle, a triangle, a square, and an X. So, I need one of each. The BRTS is with only the bare minimum operating instructions on how to operate the panopticon. So blue beats white, white beats black, black beats blue. I need to arrange the cells according to limitations. I don't know what this is asking me for. I mean, I guess I could look up the term panopticon. I guess I'm missing something. Alright. A panopticon. It's an architectural concept for a prison. Designed in the 18th century. Okay, so it's just a prison. Doesn't help me. Each group of escapees. The groups are... So how many of each symbol do I have? Let's start there. There are 4 circles. 5 crosses. Nope, there's 5 circles. So, what, do we just need one of each shape? This is going to be one that solves itself when it's done. I don't have to, like, submit it. Just get, like, one of each shape and a thing. Okay, so when I move a black one, it moves all of the blue ones as well. So that's what the limitations means. So if I move a black one, I move all the blue ones. I move a white one, I'll move all the black ones. And if I move a blue one, I'll move the white ones. Okay, that makes sense. So I need to get 4 teams of one of each. Okay, I think I've got it. I thought the lights had something to do with anything, but maybe changing colors. So the blacks are... Alright. Let's see. We need... something like that, maybe? Yeah. Let's see. Let's gonna move that. Alright. We've got 2 squares. We need to desync these blues. It's going to move the white. White. Okay, I'm gonna load this. Oh, no. This is why we use double saves. Okay, so... let's do our math here. because this is another math puzzle. So we have... Let's just use this one as a bit here. So, triangle. Why am I not just drawing symbols? Alright. Just what do our wheels look like, and what will I have to line them up to be? Triangle, square, triangle, square, cross. There's a circle above that, a cross, blank, square, and triangle. And I need to make 5 teams. Circle, triangle, blank, blank, blank. Okay, that one is rough. The next one, it's the cross, circle, square, square, circle, and the last one is cross, triangle, blank, cross, circle. Alright. So, this is a matter of sliding. So, we have to get squares in each. I don't think this plan is going to work the way I wanted it to. So, the limits of the system are going to be the hard, but I just need to figure out what I need to line them up as. Nah, I don't have any good scissors on me. Let's just tear this paper real clever like. It'll be fine. I can't wait for more fucking puzzles, man. Puzzles OP. My kryptonite. I love solving puzzles that are higher than my mental capacities. Alright, that's a strip. And I destroyed my second strip. Tell with that plan? Brain. Did I go in the opposite? Yeah. They go in the opposite direction, which is fun. Okay. So... I wish I could view it not as a circle. I think I'd have a little bit of an easier time. Yeah, I think back to my drawing board. Let's get ourselves a fresh sheet. I'm gonna A, go pee, B, get some scissors. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. I have my strips. So let's rewrite down all of our patterns. I need to find solutions and then figure out how to get to them from there. Hey, Kappa! So, start from there. Triangle, square, triangle, square, cross. And then the next one up is circle, cross, blank. I'm just gonna put a line so I know. Square, triangle. Let's line that up. Then circle, triangle, and 3 lovely blanks. And then for my next trick, this is cross, circle, square, square, circle. Let's just straighten that out a bit. And the last layer, we have cross, triangle, blank, cross, circle. Alright. I shall now fuck around with paper in real time. So, let's see. Triangle and circle is okay. And a blank, cross. No. Okay, so we have to get a square. Paper cam when? Oh my god. You know what? Here, I got stuff. I have no good cam. Alright, hold on. Let me get the pictures of notes so you can know what I'm fucking around with. Oh jeez. Alright. Because I don't know how to set my phone up as like a source, so. Oh god, paper cam. Alright, let's go. And nope, not an image slicer. Ugh. Alright, image. Just image. Browse. There we are. Come on. The camera album. Alright. Oh, that's not paper cam. Hold on. No, no, everything's horrible. That's not good either. No. Alright, I give up on paper cam. To hell with paper cam. Dude, no paper cam. Okay, so that means this one has a lot of trouble getting a square. So if we use this square, it doesn't need any of these, so that can stay off. And then a cross and circle. Does that work for the others? Square bit ditch. Cross, yes. No, that's not a correct one. All right, where else can we get a square? Put the square here, and this cross. Does this work? No, that one has 2 empties. It can't be that one. All right, so we know that that has to be one of these 2. And this one has to be the opposite of it. So we have those 2 successful aspects. They can't be that way, so they have to be this way. That's possible. And that needs to be a square at least. That way? Nope. That's also a fail. Unless I made a mistake. Nope, because that's going to loop around. The white ring is our biggest problem. So, what I'm looking at right now is these 3 from the white ring have to be different than the one there and the one there. Because we need at least 4 shapes in each bit. Which means I've created a semi-consistent. But the problem is, how do we get it to be actually good? I guess those are viable, by the way. Which colors are those, by the way? That's a blue and a black. Okay, so that's going to... I think I can afford to at least rotate fuck with the puzzle a little bit. So let's grab this and move it to something consistent. Doesn't matter what. And we'll take this, which is also going to shift those to like there. So that's at a point of at least all of the shapes are... We have 4 shapes in each go. So it's a question of... So we basically need to work around the white ring. The white ring is our biggest problem. Our second ring... Technically this works. That's gonna move both blue rings. I'll have to fight back for stuff later. Alright, how can we guarantee a lineup between those 2 that has to be that way? The default technically works. It's got squares, it's got triangles. It just means that this all needs to be over here, which doesn't work. means it'd have to go to the opposite side. And then that doesn't work. That all the way there. No. All right. So I see what I see one of the two problems I need to solve at least. There's two crosses. Alright, so how many combinations work with the two that have all 5? Base. That won't work. That won't work. That works. Is that the only one that works? Does this one work as well? No. So the only one that works is that one. Which means if that only works that way and this only works this way, then I'm down to 2 potential solutions. It's just going to be a matter of actually getting to them. Does that work on there? Does that work that way? Nope. Work on number 3. Oh. Do we have it? I think I have it. That'll work. That'll be 1 that way, that'll work. That'll be 1 and 2, that'll work. That will be 2 that way, that'll work, and that'll work. Okay, this is the solution. Alright, Maddie has the solution. Now to get there. So, I think I'm gonna reset the puzzle. So, these two are this and the white are fine. So we need to get this 2 to the left. All right. So that correctly lines this up. Triangle with a circle, square with a cross with triangle. Their blank should be over a triangle, which is the first one to do. Yes. Okay, so the black ones are lined up. I don't need to touch the black ones anymore. So now I need to line up the blue ones, which is going to rotate the white, which is fine. So the 2 blue ones, this cross, okay. This one has a cross that needs to get to square. So we do that, and that'll work. And then theoretically, because those are now lined up where I need, just making sure, square in that, circle in that, circle square, yes, cross square, yes, blank, and yes. Okay, I think, yes. Yes, No. So then we just rotate this enough and we should eventually find it. Oop. No. I didn't line up the blues properly. Okay. So if the blues aren't lined up properly, what have I done wrong? Where's this blank spot? We'll start with, so it's blank doot doot. That needs to be lined up with, and then the next one should be circle and square, cross and square. No, I have lined this up correctly, they just don't work properly. Alright. Alright, so I have the general idea. Alright, how do we line up? So if I move the black, it's always going to move the blue. So I think we focus on just moving black and blue in synchronicity. So I need to get the cross to the circle here. This will be 1, 2, 1, 2, and then no. Okay, so it's gonna need to set up. So we will always move 2 spaces. So let's see. Where does the white need to be compared to the blue? We need triangle over its blank space. So we need to get white to here. That is correct. So then white needs to line up triangle with square. Or one of the squares. Shit. Circle with... So this is also correct. So it's just the blue is misplaced now. Okay. Where does blue need to be? Crossover triangle. Cross and square triangles. So this needs to go 2 this way. A 3. And then we get this magical Christmas time. Magical Christmas time! Maddie wins. Flawless victory. It was all about overwriting. Yay! In response to my harder success, 2 little scraddle tiles pop out of the miniature panopticon. They show A and S. How quaint. Huh, okay. Save. Save, please. Don't want to do that again. Paper cam. This is why we use paper. It is man's greatest invention. I'm no scraddle actually, but I got this puzzle under control. Probably. So, I want to come up with a word that's almost as good as the one above. Can I just put the same word in? As a curiosity? Death! Yay! Wow, lab rat. Did you even try? Smashed. Squish. Not much to say here. The lab rat just sucks at word games. Contributing factors to death should have dipped their toes into a few titles before meeting me. Personally, I recommend Scrabble. Stop me if you think you've worded this one before. Alright, fresh death. Let's go to the main menu and load our save. Alright. Rast, no. Stare? Stare would work. Stare. I just wanted to see. Yay! Puzzle room complete! No message from the kid yet. Maybe if I'm stealthy. Maybe if I'm stealthy, I can sneak past without being subject to another one of his stupid Oh, there he goes.
As usual, I see.
Rude! You spoke too soon. Yeah, you're right in your element, huh? Not that you'd know. But I've got a good eye for this kind of thing. I bet you got that bubbly feeling buzzing under your skin. Like sweet, sparkling lemonade in your veins. What a colorful turn of phrase. I'll give my right arm to feel as excited as you do right now, lab rat. You must be salivating at the mountain of evidence beneath your fingertips. Weapons, corkboards, secret evil plans. All the classics here. And we both know... Oh, you know, we both know you really want to rub your grubby paws all over them. Even I... If you... Oh, God. Dang it. Still have enough evidence to net your promotion from HQ.
Well, then.
So go ahead, take as much as you like. I won't touch a hair on your head. After all, the great Kashan, Emperor of malViolence, knows that you only care about the truth. He shall let you indulge. Hey, lab rat, can I ask you something? You are just getting evidence, right? Does he not approve of my investigation style? I'm being thorough. Just to be cautious. I'm just being thorough. I've watched you with my drones. Tailored these puzzles to your specific subpar problem solving. Subpar?! Motherfucker, I've been here for 4 hours. Carried your quasi-legal research on your identity. So I know who you are. You know me. It's me, Isabel Zephyr, also known as somebody else. You're an agent of Stop. Nothing more, nothing less. Oh. Am I right? No. Again, with the silent treatment. I've met vending machines with better social skills than you know that. Fine.
Shut up!
Fine, fine! The next time you escape a puzzle room, I won't talk either. See how you like- No! Kashan, I like you so much. Now move, or you regret your staring contest with me. Oh, but I like caution. Again with the temper tantrum, huh? Hey, stop it, me. You were the one who's quiet. Sister, why is he so pissed off at you? He and Dr. Ginger have fought against Stop field agents in the past, but that's not my department. Hell, before this, I'd never even met either of them face to face. What right does he have to act all high and mighty at me? Right, supervillain. Big ego, no self-awareness. Don't overthink it. Cozy. Private study. Get past the villain's workshop. The dim corridor stretches before me, with no answers to offer. It's darker here, but not in an unpleasant way. It's warmer than the previous rooms, literally and figuratively. The wooden floorboards and the decorated wallpaper feel welcoming. Nostalgic, even. If I viewed this hall alone, I'd assumed it belonged to a family household, not a scheming terrorist and her kooky sidekick. It's been a very long... day? Hard to tell how much time has passed. We'll ignore the timer. But damn, I am exhausted. The gentle heat tempts me to sit down on the floor. Or maybe lie down. Just a little bit. Would Kashan allow me to take a quick breather? I mean, if he meant what he said about not harming hair on my head, maybe a smart thing to do would be to...
Very tempting for a wooden floor, isn't it?
How do you know? Yeah, a third time.
Flooring. My work has always been stressful, so I've always strived to maximize comfort wherever I could.
Sounds reasonable.
Allow me to explain.
When your work is done, you can sleep here all you like. But before then, you've got dishes to clean, washes to run, bedrooms to vacuum, and of course, Caution to take care of. Caution to take care of. He represents a unique challenge, I know. But you wouldn't have gotten this far if you and I didn't believe you could do it. While I'm
carefully.
away on business, it's important that you keep him on his daily routine. 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., regularity is key. Remember that all his dietary habits, health regimens, and study exercises are detailed in the files that we went over together. I apologize if you have to decrypt them again, but Caution and I have made a habit of hiding our tracks for good reason. And when the day is over, feel free to play games, watch movies, or read comics together. I want to read comics with Caution! If I need a suggestion. Caution told me that he loves the Cantaloupe Mall course on Mario Kart. We can play Mario Kart? Alright, I want to play Mario Kart with Caution now. I might be pronouncing that wrong. He'll know what you mean. So take care. If things go smoothly, I'll be back for him in a week. And if things don't go smoothly, well, there are systems in place that will guide you on what to do.
That's all for now. Goodbye. And thank you for taking care of my...
Son?
Note to self, re-record instructions at earliest convenience. Try not to be so... ominous next time.
Part of everyone's favorite franchise, Super Mario Bros. It's true. That message wasn't for me, and it wasn't for one of Dr. Danger's goons either. But a babysitter? Really? Who in the world would be qualified to babysit him? Clearly me! Come on, just focus on the task at hand. Room 3, let's go. I wonder how many more rooms there are. This was supposed to be a 4-hour game, and I'm already 4.5 hours in. Oh. It's a normal apartment. There's a kitchenette, a dining table, a small seating area, and stairs. Probably a bedroom up there. Am I supposed to be here? I guess I am. Alright, let's pan out, figure it out. Pick up what looks like a generic scrapbook, like those shoved in the back shelves of charity stores. Looking closely, I can still see the remains of a price sticker glue. Feels normal. Too normal. The book's clearly hiding some deep, dark secret. But the inner contents are equally normal. All I find are photographs of a woman who looks... a young woman who looks a lot like Dr. Danger and a young boy with a crooked, toothy grin. The craftsmanship on display isn't anything remarkable, with poorly cut edges and tacky glitter glue smeared across a cheap cardstock. At least the pages seem to be in chronological order. In the earliest photos, the boy is bedridden. His skin is unnaturally pale, his gaze is focused, empty even. But as I flick through the pages, he grows stronger. He gets out of bed, his eyes shine with inspiration and intelligence, he smiles. The woman in these photos must have been taking good care of him. The later photos are self-explanatory. Each moment is carefully dated and annotated. Playing video games, reading bedtime stories, and what seems to be a movie night. You know the film they're watching. It's that one cartoon about an alien supervillain. One with a very big brain, but very little common sense. Hold on. Wasn't the film released 3 months after this photo was taken? Looks like Stop will have to add digital piracy to Dr. Danger's long list of crimes. No! She's a good mom! I no longer wish to stop her. It's crumpled, heavily worked over notebook filled with grandiose ramblings in the third person. Lots of exclamation points and capital letters and ego massaging and spidery handwriting. But the more I flip back through the pages, the more the writing grows negative. Another neater set of handwriting appears, leaving words of encouragement. Even further back, the spidery handwriting disappears. The neater writer takes over, marking the wrinkled paper with crisp grids and clear lessons. Shaky, barely legible scribbles sit below, rounding out vague, letter-like shapes. It almost looks like a therapeutic exercise, or a homework assignment. Maybe it's both. But it's obvious that the notebook's author hasn't used it for a long time. Personally, I wouldn't be caught dead using the third person. I only use the second person. And by that I mean the first person. And even then, only after gathering my thoughts in high-stakes scenarios. Ooh, there's an up. We've got a stove puzzle. We've got some sort of oven puzzle. I'm gonna head up first. We got a bedroom. Pick up a clipboard with a thick stack of charts and diagrams pinned to the front. Subject recuperation logs printed at the top in harsh black lettering. At the bottom of the page, I spot an acronym, YTDI. Look through the log. The recuperation described here is difficult to tread. Seizures, phantom pain, memory loss, and brain damage are all expected results, not side effects. Scrawled notes speculate that these symptoms would last for several years or decades, perhaps even permanently. Implanting cybernetics in individuals under 18 isn't illegal, but it is frowned upon. From the logbook, a lot of children were implanted. Children well under the age of 18. There's nothing here about informed consent or parental permissions. Evidently, parents weren't involved. Oh, another puzzle up here. Alright. Find an assortment of patterns, books, and materials for sewing. There's a little stack of half-finished items, a skirt, and a blouse in conservative colors. Right next to it, a whole pile of hand-stitched garments in garish yellows, greens, and reds. Seems like someone handed their sewing books down to a more imaginative type. You're well aware that sewing isn't such a simple hobby. Many of STOP's associated security forces take up the practice when their first cybernetics are implanted. After such a big operation, fine needlework quickly rehabilitates hand-eye coordination. But I doubt that there's such a large collection of fuzzy mittens. Dude, what's all the mittens? It's not winter anymore. I look at the button in front of you, and of me. Recall a half-serious lesson on disguises, or disguising myself back when I was a trainee. From what I remember, it appears to be a mannequin for a wig, but Dr. Danger had a full head of hair. Did she need to disguise herself? Incel's always suggesting that her mastery over tech kept her off any camera she cared about. Doesn't look like any... Oh! The carpet is also a puzzle. Alright, so we have 4 puzzles to deal with. Sinking feeling. Just make sure none of the shelves here. Nope. Alright. What's this? There are a few plushies sitting on a shelf. They're surprisingly soft. Investigate the cupboard with plushies where— Whoa! An avalanche of plushies spills out, burying me in soft, fuzzy pile. This would be a comfy way to get out, but I should probably put everything back. What a mess. I need to clean up all these toys by sorting them into sets. Set is made up of 4 unique toys. I can reach toys by moving up, down, left, right, but I can't move diagonally. Plot my moves carefully. As the toys shift, they may get harder to reach. Let's drop a save. So it's 4 unique toys. So if I go that way... Okay. I see what I'm doing. Kind of. So I already have to have a second combo in mind if I'm gonna go somewhere. And I have to get everything, I imagine. I can't backtrack at all either. Alright, well, I have 4 options. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're gonna try it this way. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. I thought it said sets of 4. I guess it means sets of 5? Probably because I'm on hard difficulty. Alright. Set the toys down and pause to think. The task is harder than I thought it would be. Maybe.
Hey, lab rat.
Having trouble organizing? I get it. I was horrible at putting my stuff away, a total mess every time. But whenever I got into a pickle, Dr. Danger always helped me out. Hey, remind me, where is Dr. Danger right now? Sudden quietness in his voice makes you freeze. Right. Someone is torn apart by a buzzsaw. It might be me. Somebody was trapped in the automated disposal unit via trap door, whereupon the automated disposal department did what it does best. Fear for expected leniency where there was none to be found. Gets stuffed. Alright. Let's just load. Alright, so if it's gonna be that way... Let's go 5. Try to clean up every row we can. Try to stick close to the top. No. Still says I can do something. So one of these has an option. That's only 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm done. Alright. Nope. Okay, well, we have 1. Can we pull this off in 2 more moves? We need to remove any that are next to each other. I can't go directly up anyway. 5. There we go. I solved the puzzle! One of the plushies rips open, giving a photo inside. Oh. Oh, I think that's our boy! The back of the photo is black with words. She told me to explore the place. She said it was important that I adjust to my new environment. But she's been holed up in the lab. I don't know why she's so stressed about my surgeries. She's the smartest person I know, and I grew up surrounded by brilliant scientists, so that's saying something. She says she's still concerned about making adjustments to my synthetic nerves. That she's worried she'll put me through even more pain. But every time she's worked on my new limbs, I haven't felt a thing. Last time, I actually fell asleep. Let me drop a quick save real quick. Double save. Ouch! Seems like I stepped on a rogue sewing pin. And what's a large, unfinished sewing project doing all spread out on the floor? Looks like a quilt. Must have been too big for the sewing needle. For some reason, I want to finish it. Quit's unfinished, and I need to make it complete. Each tile has 3 traits: color, shape, and fill. Okay. In order to finish the intended pattern, each adjacent tile must share exactly 2 of 3 traits with the next tile. Below, construct the next motif I want to place, adjusting the shape, the color, shape, fill the arrows. Okay. So that's colors, shapes, and fills. Okay. So this will need... I'm going to start here. So this needs to be a full fill to share with them. And share it with at least 2 others. None of the... If I take the red color and the swirly shape, that should fit. Because then it's red and filled and swirly with the other 2. That works. Alright. Between these 2, we'll need red, because that is a color they have in common. They have different fills. Does this count? No, I can do one of their shapes and the other's fill. So that would work. Alright, let's do the things I have to do first. Then we'll move on. This will need to be stripy. And then a mix of the caution shape and the red color. So that works exactly like that. This will need to be yellow and stripy. It can be any shape I want, I guess. Let's be rebels. Oh, it needs to share exactly 2 out of 3. Okay. That is important. So... Okay. I'm fine. For now. So, those are both yellow. One of that needs to be... that. So that needs to be that, because it needs to share exactly 2. This will need to be flame shape. And yellow fill. Because then it's flame and yellow and flame and fill. Alright. It's like a puzzle, it's fine. This one will need to be red, because that's a shared thing. It needs to be a mixture. One of stripy and filled, and one of swirl. And alright, so that'll work. This needs to be a caution symbol. It needs to be a mixture of those. This needs to be a cross. And it needs to be stripy like one, and the color of the other. That will work fine. Am I out of ones that are guaranteed? I am. We are going to need to figure out how to go into the 3rd dimension then. To invent new things. Alright. So this is going to be rough. So it needs to be a caution sign. That is our only common shape. We have different colors and different fills. So it needs to be that, the opposite fill and the opposite color. Which means this needs to be... oh, we're chaining. I don't want to chain. I don't want to chain just yet. Let's still focus on ones that are guaranteed. So this needs to be a swirl with red fill, or it needs to be yellow and that. Let's go yellow blank so that this opens up for blank later. These 2. Color is blue. That is in common. So I will need to be the opposite shape and fill. That is the only option there. Which then creates a new bit. So these are both fill. So it needs to be a blue caution sign. That is the only way that it fulfills both of those. So then this needs to be filled for sure. And a blue swirl. So that it is blue and filled and done with that. Okay, this isn't as hard as I thought it was going to be. These are both empty. So we can do that as their shared quality. And then, yeah, it could be a blue swirl. Blue swirl works. Because then it's swirl and blue and blue and empty and swirl and empty. So this needs to be, since they are completely different. Uh-oh. A blue caution sign? No, that's not going to work. Yeah, they're two different. Which means this has to be a yellow flame that's empty. There we go. That still works. So then it's yellow and empty, flame and empty. And then this can be yellow as its color. And a filled flame. Could also be an empty caution sign, but I think filled flame is better for no reason. They have caution sign in common. And fill in common. Uh-oh. So I think that means I need to do a blue-filled caution sign so that I force the color to be different. Does this work? Alright, so now we have our first triple to worry about. I think a filled fire that's blue works, because then it's filled fire, and blue filled. I think we're good. I think we are good so far. We are quilting. The power of quilts. These need to be opposites. They need to be red and a stripy fire. And that makes those both stripy fires, which means we put a blue one in order to force a third difference. These are both blue and different symbols and fills. So I need to be blue and their opposite stuff. So I need to be a empty swirl. Yeah, because it's blue and empty, swirl and blue. Okay. We're good so far. These are both red fill. I just need a different shape. Quilt my ass. Looks like some weird molecule DNA shit. You're not wrong. Are there any X? No, there are X's on the thing. Let's just put an X there for now. Unless I have a reason to change it to something else later. That has no connectors and that has no connectors. So we need to build out somewhere first. I played enough Resident Evil to know where this is going. Alright, so those are both yellow. And I need to invert their pattern. So, stripy. That'll work. We have stripy, which means we need to keep the stripy on both of them and invert it so it's a blue thing or a yellow cross one. That's fine. These are both blue, which means we just invert their stuff. Now we have some rough patches. No, that's mandatory. So we have to build this. If we change the color to red, and then change the color to yellow, And then these can both be yellow and stripy, and then we just pick a different shape, so swirl. That should all work, in theory. At least for how the puzzle's supposed to work. These are the same, so they need to be cross, but different color. Need to be stripy cross. Stripy cross. And any color but blue. There's red nearby, and we can work with that. So we'll go stripy red. This, fill. This needs to be opposite color and thing. Let's go with red swirl. I feel like that's gonna work better in the long run. They're both red. And then this becomes red cross, because then it's red and stripy and red and cross. These don't work. Yeah, because I'd need flame and... No, hold on. If I do yellow, empty cross, then it's yellow and empty, and it fails. Whoop. So that can't be that, which means I fucked up somewhere. That never needed to be red. Hold on. Let's change to that fill. Then this becomes stripy, just because it swaps them. And then those don't have anything in common. Alright. Blue cross with a different fill. Let's go for blank fill, because we're going to need that later. Which makes this then need to be blank swirl. We could do... Let's do the Sith. Then we need to do the red. And then we have blank... red flame would work. There we go. Alright, small thing solved. This needs to be the opposite of that. Color is the one thing that remains common, so... filled flame. No, we'll go with empty cross. Because then we have empty... That's not gonna matter, it's gonna be rough here anyway. Is there a way I can get stripey to down here? If this is stripy X... Thanks. Stripey blue X. Then this becomes... Yes, and empty X. That is... blue. And then this becomes... blue flame. It's the other thing that changes. And then this can become... It doesn't matter, it's the same problem. Thinks I love you, but... Hey. Down you go. Thanks. You suck. Kitty, yes. Actually... No, because the only thing that one has in common then is cross. This needs to be red. Which then, yeah. Thanks, stop it. Down you go. Oh, alright. Gremlin, yes, 100% gremlin. Well, actually, I can pick any symbol for here. So if I just swap that to a full that, and then this becomes an empty that, which is blue. That should work. And then we have blue swirl. We just need to change the fill to the third one. That works. That works. That works. These will have to have fill as their common point. So it would just need to be a yellow swirl or a blue caution symbol. Blue caution symbol so that we keep the blue going. At which point then we have the opposite, which will be a flame, I suppose, so we can try to carry the flame through as a commonality for here. Alright, now to figure out the middle 6. So these can both end up as flames. These middle 6, I was kind of hoping that building towards them would work, but we have a problem. Alright. So I think I've got an idea. Blue caution symbol. So that's caution symbol, and no, it needs to share a color or a fill. So if I go full fill, no, it's not going to work. So we got to keep yellow and the blank fill, it looks like. So we keep shape and color. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Okay. Oh, these middle 6. My bane. So these 3 are guaranteed. I can reverse engineer the other 3 as needed. We have a lot of blue, which is a big problem. Oh, I can't. Hold on. These 3 are always guaranteed. Okay. So that's the side we're going to work from. So if this ends up as a blue stripy caution symbol, because we just got to pick 2 things it matches with this, and then we go to a full stripy caution symbol that way, then I need to fix this at some point, but we can do that. Then this can be... It just needs to be stripy and blue. So, blue, stripy, and we can do the flames so that we have something to start going this way, presumably. No, they have blue in common. I can totally work this. I just need to do the opposite thing. There we go. Blue in that. These don't work. Or do they? Because if we do... Red empty flame? No. Okay. Scratch those. I think red empty flame is the play here, at least. Because then this can be a red stripy flame. And then it's... No, because it's only flame there. That changes just color, that changes just fill, that changes color and fill, which means we've already failed. And we need to keep something from here. And the other thing I can change here is shape. It can be any shape. So trying to maintain the shape here. Unless I do a blue flame? Or blue full flame? That's 3 different symbols, is not going to work. So I've made a mistake here that needs to be fixed somewhere. Let's erase back a bit here. Is there a different thing I can do here? I could do full blue flame. Because then it's blue and full, and that. And then we have full flame. They're both blue, and they're both full, so I just need to pick a different symbol here. It can be any of them. Which causes me problems. Yeah. Okay. So we have to pivot into... Okay. What's guaranteed? That's guaranteed, because we have to be blue, and then share a shape with one and a thing with the other. So this one, we have to be full, shape of one, color of the other. What if I go with yellow flame here? At which point then they're both yellow and full, so I can go into any new symbol. go into a caution sign. And then this, they have nothing in common. So no, that doesn't work. We do have to go with the blue caution sign here. Which means we have full. Which means we should invert it. And then we have blue, which means we should invert that to a full flame. And then we have our problem again. Can this be anything else? Okay, let's recreate these. So, we need to swap something here. Going stripey is, I think, the easiest thing. Going blue is the best thing because of how much surrounding blue we have. At which point then, we have to invert their difference. And we need to maintain that in order to get stripey and blue. But it can be anything. If we go flame, that links up with here, where we can get... They're both blue flames. Unless I... No, I can't use the other shape, it's not gonna work. If this is blue filled flame, so this just needs to be filled blue anything. So we'll go with cross. And this needs to be blue flame, but neither. So empty? Does that work? How did... I didn't add I didn't check everything there. Shit! Alright, so I was off of a small thing. Wow, you're far from delicate, aren't you? I'd like to think of myself as a lenient kind of guy, but watching you butcher that sentimental quilt is pretty painful. Like a death by 1,000 cuts, or needles in this case. I switch go off, and... somebody's body is pierced. Wonder whose it could be. Some failed to appreciate the value of good stitch work, and so was impaled by 1,024 needles. And B, it needed to be a square number for triggering mechanisms to hit its mark. Contributing factors that couldn't sew their way out of a wet paper bag. Quilt in action. Boo! I love it. Let's go to the main menu. And load. This was pre-quilt. Good job. Alright. Oh, starting again. Alright, let's finish a quilt. Starting all of the bless me. Alright, so this needs to just invert it. Stripey is the common. And then it needs to be a red caution symbol. That one, we got it, it's fine. This needs to swap. It keeps on red. Swaps being a swirly that's filled. I need to avoid branching out because that was what caused me my first problem. They are both stripy and yellow, so let's get those things in common, and it can be literally fucking anything because it's in a corner and doesn't matter, so I guess we'll put that. Actually, put an X. There's not a lot of X's on the quilt. We need to swap those, so swirl and red fill. This one needs to be a red filled swirl, because then it is red and filled. It is swirl and filled and swirl and filled. So that one's good. We're fine. Alright, is there anything else that's completely cut off? These two are, which is just an inversion of a yellow flame. This one, they both have flame and that, so it just needs to be an empty red one. These are cut off, just needs to be a stripy red one. And those they need to swap to a red full. Alright, is that all of the ones that don't branch into other things? They are. Alright. I'm gonna drop an extra save, so that I don't have to do some of this puzzle again. At least the obvious parts. So what else blocked off? This is a closed circuit. So full caution sign. So this needs to be a blue flame of some kind. So that would work, and then that can be a blue filled caution sign, because then it will be filled caution sign for both of them. That is another small circuit done. There's a small circuit here. That's all open and connected. Okay, so we only have two more small sequestered circuits. Alright, these have to be inverted because they have too many differences. So both are optional. I think we go with yellow unfilled to maintain with hair. This will be... has to swap them, so it needs to be a yellow flame. And this has yellow in common, so it just needs to be a filled yellow flame. That should all work. That is our next closed circuit done. These have blue in common, which means we either do a stripy caution symbol or a full X. I'm gonna go with stripy caution for now. The rest of this is harder. This is 2. They have yellow in common. Stripy is the most in common with that, so we'll go with stripy to keep that. These two are stripy, which means I can swap their shapes and do that. So that makes these two of the same thing two of the same thing, which is sort of where we ended up in a problem, because it means we need to pick a random shape that still works. I think we swap this to a solid X as the better plan. And then this becomes a stripy X. And then this becomes, they have stripy in common, so we just need to swap it to a blue caution sign. That'll work, or should work. Or a red, let's go with red. A red X. And then these are stripy, so we just need to swap them, making it a yellow X or a red flame. I like red flame. Red flame makes me feel happy, because I'm a fiery type person. So that should be all of that fine. Okay. Next is the big one, TM. We have technically 4 points we need to come in on and build into the center. I think, so this needs to become a stripy caution sign in blue. I think that's the only way that it ends up getting to both of these. And then this can be a blue-filled caution sign. And this can be a... no, I don't... yeah, we want to go caution sign that way because we have to. It's like the only thing we can do. This is any symbol that's not those two, though. So we'll leave that open to see what we need later. Gonna drop another save. Alright, these have blue in common and nothing else, so we have to swap them. I think a full flame is the better choice for carrying on that we have two full this way. Which then will make this a yellow flame, and this a... oh no, they have yellow and fill in common. Okay, so that's another wild card we can technically change to any other symbol. Yeah, the symbol is the one thing that we have to keep different. So that's in any symbol, but remains yellow. That's in any symbol, but remains blue. They have symbol in common. I need to swap them. There are solids in their future. So let's go with solid yellow. At which point these have solid in common as their only thing. And we need to go with a yellow flame. Or a red caution sign, but we have a flame up here. We have yellow and flame. It just needs to be something different than both of them, which means we can do the blank fill, and that is kind of the only option there. Because we can't invert their stuff without being one or the other. Alright. I think we invert this. I think we need to go with the stripy swirl. At which point, then this can be... no, because then they have nothing in common. Yeah, doesn't work. So we have to do the full flame. It's the only option there. Which means then that is the only option there, which leads us to this. Which is just any symbol. This is any one change, which can chain all of that, which creates a problem. These are both red and full. They can be any third thing. So this needs to maintain stripy and blue. If we copy that? No. Alright. Okay. We're almost there, in theory. Drop a save. That one we have 2 guarantees for, but it's really anything that's red and full. I guess swirl, because there's no... that is the one that mucked us up. Because it's red and full. don't like puzzles where I end up having like to be at the guess. So this is gonna need to be yellow and full, which means I need to pick a symbol that has 2 in common with this. Actually, no. Yeah, because yellow and full. Can I make this a blue caution symbol? Yes, I can. Because then it's blue and full, and that. Actually, then they're both full, which means I can invert their other stuff and get a swirl here. I don't want a yellow caution symbol because this is stuck blue. At which point they have blue in common, which means I just invert their stuff. And we get the flame there. Which gives us blue and full. We can literally put anything we want here that's not either of the 2 of them. Or we choose to do an empty swirl. At which point then we need to invert these and have an empty caution symbol. I don't think that works though. Yeah. Because then these have nothing in common. Blue flame. Because we can just try to carry this flame forward. Can I make this stripy? I could make it stripy in yellow. And that would still be legal. At which point then those have nothing in common. What if this is a full blue X? And then we make this a stripy yellow X. No, that's not gonna work at all. Ugh. Okay. Okay. This can be any symbol. I think the best one to do would be that one, because that gets us into a chain here. Those can be anything, so at which point then we will swap it to X. We invert those to get there, and then have nothing in common. Alright then. We need to get to yellow somehow. Yellow or a flame shape, which... Okay, if we make this a flame shape, because it can be any of them, at which point then this needs to be... Just erase these. How do we get a flame here? Stripy and blue. Are there common things? Yeah, since they're both stripy and blue. Alright. Doot. Yeah, so we need to carry solid to get forward to that. At which point then this needs solid. This, their only thing in common is solid. And then yeah, we need to carry the blue. Okay. Yeah, because they have nothing in common. No color, no shape, no fill. And since color is basically locked in for most of this section, and fill... Let's go. Blank swirl. We'll change the fill here instead of the shape. And then these two are both empty, so they can, or they swap. This red swirl. And then these swap as red flame. Because we want to carry the red forward. This becomes a red full flame. And then these have nothing in common to swap for. If I swap that to yellow swirl, because that's also legal. We erase that. They're both swirl. So it becomes a yellow fill or a red empty. Let's go with red empty. Actually, no, I want to carry the yellow color up if I can. Alright. Go up there. Then we become blue stripey. I don't think we can do that. We'll have a yellow stripey. And then we're still yellow, which means we swap the shape and fill. And then we're still yellow here, which means we swap to the flame shape. Because we don't want to keep... Yeah, we don't really want to keep... We want to keep the stripes, but we don't want... And we want to... So we want to... Stripes this way, flames this way. So... If we do blue stripe flame, then we could turn them into red striped flame. And then these can be red flame, period. Or they'd have to be blank. And then if it's a filled red... No. I think we've still made a mistake up here. Yeah, because these have two things in common, so they have to do the third. Which becomes that, which we have no way of stripes down here. Or do we? Because if we swap... No. I don't think it's possible to swap that. Because then there'd be nothing in common here. Yeah. That's where our error is. Somewhere up here. So we want to keep the blue, which means we go with swirl. Because then we have blue in common here, and can put blue filled flame by swapping them. Or empty swirl. Does that change anything? No, it doesn't. Still screwy up here. Yeah, this doesn't work. This has to be a blue-filled flame. Doesn't work otherwise. But then it's blue fill anything. It's not them. Which creates its own issue. Because we're stuck on blue and off of flame. So the only thing we have in common is fill. So we have to do the opposite two things there. Just put the X for now. So this would swap to... Actually, what are the symbols around here? There's swirls. Maybe we can connect this back to our swirl somehow? So this would end up inverting that. Which means this would need to be... They have nothing in common. Blue empty flame. Yeah. Does this have to be flame? No, it can change to anything. Empty slot red spiral? No. If we do blue spiral here, that means we swap to caution sign. No, that doesn't work either. Like, alright. I need to get full. But it needs to have more in common. Full blue flame here. And then that makes the one thing we can't do flame though. Because the only way we carry flame through is with full from here. Which creates this just terrible bottleneck. Because I can't do yellow caution. Because then it completely kills any way I can connect up that way. This center section. Red spiral on left, blue spiral on right. Okay. So here's the problem. What does a red spiral have in common with both of these? They have different fill, so we can't change the fill. And they are a different symbol, so we can't use spiral. This could technically be anything that's not flame or that, so could technically turn into a spiral. The problem is it doesn't build into it. Which means I've made a mistake somewhere. And I can only assume it's here because of the fact that I can't carry fire through to here for some reason. Because if I can get fire, if I can get full fire to here, there's a chance. Maybe. I'm just gonna reset it. Let's try again. Red fill. This is a definite fill. It needs to be a caution sign. Wait, how the fuck does this one work? No, it's a red spiral. So it's red there, spiral there. This one has caution sign in common, so it needs to invert it. That one will do. Those are crosses. We just need to invert them. That'll do. These just need to be inverted, so a full yellow one will do. Those are both yellow, so we invert that, and it's good. Those are also both yellow and stripy, so it's just any stripy symbol that's not the two of them. Those are both stripy, so we invert them. And those are both red, so we invert them. And that's all of like the edge cases that are perfectly fine. Save here again. These are closed off, so they have flame in common. We would like to maintain fill for the other things. It's like that. And then if it's a blue caution sign, it should work. Because then it's blue fill and caution sign fill. That's that section complete. These three are blocked off. So that's just a swap. We want to carry the empty more than we want to carry the thing, so, or more than the color, so we do a yellow empty. And then we have 2 empty, which means we just invert that. We want to carry the yellow, so we'll do the shape. And then these are both yellow, so we just swap them to an empty caution sign. And that will do that. Alright, the other things we're not allowed to touch. The other one we're not allowed to touch is right in here. Everything else is connected, which creates the problem that we're running into. So that's stripey and that's stripey. We need to maintain stripey between the two of them somehow. This one's a corner case, so it only needs one. So if we do like a red stripey flame, we're fine. Actually, I think yellow stripey caution sign, because then it's yellow and stripey, and then those are caution signs and stripey. So then we make them blue, and then these become a yellow stripey caution sign, and then they're both stripey, and then they can invert, so they can be. Let's just go with a blue caution sign. Caution signs that are stripey. So if we make the fill that will be a change. And then we just do a full X, because then it's a blue X, and blue and full. There we go. That section is 100% complete. That is all of the done stuff, because again, all of this is contiguous, and because it's contiguous, it's a pain in my ass. And the problem is, these two is basically change your fill, change your shape, or change your color. I need to change one of them to end up at a final solution. But what it does is going to affect everything down this row because it's linear. Like, Spiral has been working the best, but then this problem shows up. Like, these are both blue, so that is their own thing in common. So we want to carry forth the Spiral for here, because that we can't change. So we want the Spiral to be stripey. But then there's nothing in common, so it does need to be a blue fill. There is no other option. So that we have double fill, and then we can carry forward the yellow. So yellow and full, and then these are both yellow full. So, because they're both yellow and full, they get to be the... This is a yellow full thing. Or... No, it can't. So we can't carry the stripey out of here. It has to be this one of those two options. This... If it goes blue full caution sign, what happens? These are both full, so then they need to swap. So it's either a blue Spiral or a caution. So I guess blue Spiral is our best option. And then that means we can carry the blue forward here. Which would mean we would swap those into an empty Spiral or a full flame. The full flame is the one that generally I've been wanting to lean on it. It's the only way I can get out of here the way I want to. The problem is, this now needs to get into blue. And if that means it remains full. It could become a yellow full flame, but I don't think that's gonna work. Yeah, it's too different from that. So it has to be a blue full caution sign, and this is kind of the section that's mucking me up. It's this. Because now these can't be a flame going forward. But I have to carry either flame or empty from there. If I go into empty spiral, then we need to swap these, which means I guess fill is the only option there, because then this will be full and we swap their color. I have nothing built there, so I can do either a red swirl or a blue flame. Let's go with a red swirl for now, as like a placeholder. These are caution signs to need to switch. It looks like I need yellow up here, so if we go yellow fill, caution sign, that should work. These are both fill, so they need to be swapped. We want to keep the flame, so a yellow flame. At which point, these are both yellow flames, so as long as they are the third one, we're fine. Yeah, because they have to maintain 2. And that means we're keeping the yellow to down here. Just thinking, what do we do with the opposite here? Be a red caution sign, which would have nothing in common. And if we did red stripey, then this would be... I think that works better. Stripey, because this is red stripey, then this becomes red stripey flame, so that we carry more flame shape. But then that just means we have the color, because we have to change the color. Everything else is the same. I can't get them... I can't get that to be a yellow stripey flame at all. So that's a section that I think is best if I just erase it for now, and we decide on it later, based on what we have to do elsewhere. So this, we only have blue in common, so we need to swap it. We need to carry stripey through to there, so stripey caution sign is our best option. And this one, we have stripey and blue, so as long as we go to a third symbol, we're fine. Which is bad. Yeah, so we need to do some flame. And then these have nothing in common, which means this doesn't work. If I do this as solid X, solid blue X, then this would be solid blue swirl, which means these are now both solid swirl and can just be yellow. That works. And then what were the options that I got to here? It was swapping the color of the flame, or ending up with it being empty but the same colors. Okay. So, how do we carry that color forward? It was like that. And then we swap to that, which means this needs to be empty, but then they're both yellow, and we can just swap them for I think we want the filled, so filled. No, we want empty yellow to carry forward this and go with a full yellow, so those are both the shape, and then we swap. Do we make it blue and swirly? These are both red and full, so I think if we claim one of the Darkstalkers games, the Capcom collection, explain why one character is an EX version, the only difference is that she can hover, and the other can crawl backwards. I didn't make fighting games, I'm bad at them. Let's go with red swirl here, because then we get into a lot of swirl territory that we can work with. So those need to be swapped. Let's try to carry the yellow forward. So then we go with a yellow stripy swirl. And then it'll be a yellow full swirl. And then we can do a yellow full flame? No. Yellow empty swirl. Because then they're both empty. And we can do, I think, red swirl would be our best bet. And then that means these have swirl in common. So can go blue empty. And then this just needs to be a different symbol color, which means we can go with a blue stripy swirl. Yes! Solve the puzzle! I get too overexcited. I notice I can now lift up the quilt. There's a photo underneath it. Something's written on the back. There was all this heat, smoke, and energy. There were alarms blaring and people shouting. That's what she told me, but I barely remember any of it. Here's what I did remember. When we stopped running, she seemed more tired than I was. She did carry me the entire time, but she didn't seem any weaker than before. Her hold on my body didn't loosen. She was just looking at what was left of my shoulder. I was hurting like you wouldn't believe, but I don't think I cared, because that day, I got to see the sky again. It's a loose page with handwriting. Ah, no, this is notes for a puzzle. Judging by the number in the corner and the fading ink, it must be a small part of a much larger document. It's nice to have job security out of school. I had my doubts during junior year, of course, but I don't think anyone could have predicted how the sector's grown these past few months. The developments in cybernetic technology have been explosive, sometimes literally. It's troubling, but all great technology has the potential for misuse. And now I'm going to be part of an organization that works to keep that tech under control. Though I'll be honest, the name's pretty silly. Well. They could always change the acronym later. I thought things were moving fast before, but the growth we're seeing now makes those earlier years look glacial. STOP is doing good work that needs to get done, and it's making countries put money where their mouths are when it comes to international cooperation efforts. Last month, we managed to craft a digital data management system that could tell us whenever a dangerous cybernetic schematic was downloaded and where it was downloaded to. This month, we finalized our report on maximizing cybernetic synchronization for patients, confirming my earlier theory that the younger the better. The difference really was astounding, and I must admit, it felt good to shove that 90% performance increase right in the stuffy bastard's old smug face. Dr. Tan asked if the trend in performance would improve further if we started surgery any earlier. A weird question, since the tech is only approved for anyone old enough to enlist, but I guess she was just being thorough. Theory's sound. The promotion was nice. I deserve it, and I was the only obvious choice, but still. Felt nice to be recognized. I don't see any more notes on the ground. Let's go back downstairs. Another month where the Security Advisory Council looked completely lost. It's like they don't know what to do with peacetime. They do amazing work, obviously. The world is secure, and cybernetic technology is finally getting regulated. The laws are catching up with the science. That's a good thing, even if it makes their job a little less exciting. Or maybe a little less secure. I requested another transfer. My third in years, but they don't seem to mind. I just can't find work as engrossing as I used to. It probably doesn't help that I'm not sure what it is I do anymore. I mean, logically, I know what I do. I research cybernetics. But I'm not sure what I do for STOP. STOP hasn't had a major security incident in months. The last incident they responded to was just a protest outside the building that got a little rowdy. Staff morale's been down ever since. A little controversy to be expected given the power STOP has nowadays. They're being naive if they expect people to be grateful to the organization forever. I might have transferred a few times too many. I came into work today and clocked out without recognizing a single face the entire time. New people, places, committees, projects, and always more acronyms. And for the first time in years, I was denied access to internal data. I didn't think anything could be above my pay grade anymore. Note to self, look up YTDI. I was very displeased at the state of the Youth Training Development Initiative. That's how I put it in writing. I don't really have the right words to express my disgust with this program's existence. The idea that cybernetic sync rates increase the earlier in life treatment starts was based on a completely different timeline, assuming that we were talking about 18 versus 24. It was never supposed to justify whatever the hell they're doing now. They don't actually care about reducing rejection symptoms or making the cybernetics work more seamlessly. They care about creating a product by experimenting on children. Children that no one else cares about. They want to produce cybernetic trainees that are powerful, unthinking, and unflinchingly obedient to authority. STOP plans to sell these trainees as a force to keep its donors on top. I got a transfer to the YTDI as a supervisor. No one even seemed ashamed to give me full access. I get the sense that my superiors aren't paying attention to what was happening. That might be the most infuriating part for me. They don't care whether this program succeeds or fails. The implication I'm getting is that this is far from the only program of its kind. It might be one of many, many more. Lin Kuei from Mortal Kombat. Having never played Mortal Kombat, I'm gonna trust you. So, door and oven. Let's save, because I don't want to do the other puzzle again. Enforcement members become cyborgs. Neat. There's a small kitchenette. Looks like it's been used recently. Did Dr. Danger take care of all the cooking? A handwritten note sits on the counter. Oh, God! Looks like a recipe for pancakes? Oh, God. Fridge seems well stocked, too. Let's see if Caution likes your take on Dr. Danger's recipe. It's a big plot point in a couple of the games. I need 5 pieces of bacon, 7 cartons of milk, 6 strawberries, 2 oranges, 4 cups of flour, 5 almonds, 8 snappers, 9 pinches of sprinkles, 7 sticks of butter, 2 chocolate chips, 6 blueberries, 5 slices of bread, 4 eggs, 3 peaches, and 6 nuts. Always begin cooking with mise en place. Drag items onto the board to arrange them. Look at the ingredients list. Is to figure out how many of each item should be laid out on the counter. All the items of the same type should be directly adjacent to one another. Items of different types should not touch directly, but can touch diagonally. Drag unneeded items to the trash. Alright. Mise en place. Do I have... Okay, I see how this puzzle works. So we need to spread things out in order to get the maximum area without... We have to keep everything adjacent. Items should not touch directly, but can touch diagonally. So we need like 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably like... I need to keep an adjacent thing for the strawberries. So like 1, 2, 3... 4, 5 maybe? And like 1, 2, 3. We'll go 1, 2, 3. I guess 4 should be fine. I guess that means that's the only way I can go that way. Use all available space where possible. 1, 2, 3, 4. Five. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's the only way I can fit the bacon. Because I can't go there, I can't go there, and I can't go there. So bacon's that. Strawberries. Doot. 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That has to go that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At least considering where the bacon needs to go. And our options for those eggs, or cups of flour. Whoop. Okay. 1, 2, 3 looks like the only bits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's fill that corner. Peaches. 1. Nope, I can't go there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then like 1, 2, 3, 4. I truly do need everything. Can I save some space this way, like this or something? Dooch. Oh, no, we can do that. Move the bottom flower to beneath the home spot. That'll work. A little bit, anyway. doesn't help us too much. The issue is blueberries are stuck. Yeah. Got a fish spot there. Spot for a fish and a sprinkle. So we can't get to there. Bacon is locked in. I think I've done the best I can with strawberry. Toast has to come out one of those ways, which means chocolate can never be there. Yeah. I could go -1, that's hilarious. I wish I could touch the walls more. Yeah, that's the only way I can push toast out. Yeah, we can't. We have to go around that. A fish there. Down, do that. Just need one more space. How can I get it? No, I need to keep an adjacent thing there. Do I have anything without a diagonal on it? Technically there, but I can't reach there. Just gotta figure out where to put this one sprinkle. Eat the sprinkle? Yes, I would love to. I would love to eat the sprinkle and just get rid of it. But unfortunately, I do need a 9th pinch of sprinkles for this recipe. I'll never be able to make pancakes without it. Yeah. Yeah, there's not a way that I can change that. and like move the chocolate up or anything. And even if I could, I can't. These things. Who puts fish in pancakes? Look, I'm not gonna question their tastes. I'm not gonna yuck their yum. There's something I can like shift one line. Fish, chocolate, sprinkles, and fruit. Look, they're pancakes. They can have whatever they want on their pancakes. Not my place to tell them otherwise. Can't change any of this because those are all off limits for those blueberries. Also, there's fucking nuts here that aren't nuts. Those are like fucking. They're going to secure screws. If we did that. Those are nuts. Yeah, I know that they're nuts. They are just not the edible kind. And the point is we're making goddamn pancakes. No, I think that is the most correct we have. Because it gets the most use out of our walls. Because if we move something there, it doesn't, like, actually help anything. And then we lose inner space. Yeah, they need to be directionally adjacent. They can't be diagonal from their own. Is there a better way I could have done these strawberries? No, they're as out of the way as I can, with minimal space there. That's minimal space as well. We fit them in quite nicely. Which does leave that as the only way for that chocolate chip. No, that doesn't help anything. No, this loses even more space. Because yeah, if I do that there, that like there, so and the moment that has to go there, we've lost way too much space. There is a solution, though. Just need to figure out how to push one space open. I feel like I'm so close. We have a video game puzzle takes cross-contamination more seriously than some people I've worked with. True! So true, bestie. Okay. I'm guessing, if I was on lower difficulties, like, the fish and the nuts wouldn't be part of the pancakes. Just be like, here you go, bestie, take some stuff off. But because I'm on the hardest difficulty, I have to use everything. Okay. Okay, so let's try that. This needs to go to there. This needs to go somewhere where it can't go. Yeah, because I need to still connect to this, which is not viable. Alright then. How can I move things? The bacon has nowhere else you can go. It can't be put there, it can't be put into there, and it can't be put there, so it has to do that. The bread could try to go forward here, but it just sounds like a bad idea versus wasting this space because it can't otherwise be used. Strawberries is the only thing that can make it through here, because the sprinkles wouldn't be able to carry through. I've probably made a mistake with something. The problem is I don't know what I've made the mistake with. Like, my brain wants to almost go... Hold on. Get the orange out. Milk can no longer be here. Fish can't get into there. But we could counteract it like that. Are we good? Are we good? I solved the puzzle! Fuck it. Yes, alright. It just took me reconsidering almonds. Suddenly the stove pops open. There's a photo inside of it, with text written on the back. I don't remember what the food was like at the orphanage. Probably bland. I wish I could forget what lab script tastes like, but meals were usually the least painful part of my day in the lab, so I've got a soft spot for the stuff. But that wasn't food. It was nutritious and edible and nothing more. It didn't fill you up. It wasn't warm. There wasn't any thought in it all. Pancakes are food. They sizzle in the pan and curl at the edges. And they make little bubbles when they need flipping. You can undercook them or burn them, bury them in toppings, or eat them with your own hands. They're filling and tasty and oh so warm. I'm sure I could easily recreate her recipe. It's hardly rocket science, even with one arm. But I've never had someone cook for me before. I like to pretend I'm not capable of it for a while longer. I think that's everything. Oop. She smiled at me. Even though everyone else he's seen here, everyone dressed like me, acting like me, working for the same people as me has made him suffer. He smiled at me. I'm getting better at coming up with excuses to visit him, at least. I need to evaluate how he's coping with procedures, just like the other YTDIA trainees. I might need to test his reflexes. Hell, he might need a snack to make him more cooperative. All my explanations are superficially believable at best. I'm no medical professional. I'm a supervisor. I oversee things. By all means, I should have been reprimanded for getting too involved, but no such warnings have come my way. I'm never going to be able to forget the look on his face when the convulsions started. I knew it was coming, and he knew there was nothing he could do to even brace himself for the pain. He's been through it countless times. I don't want to see it ever again. They claimed it was a clerical error that he didn't receive his anti-seizure medications that morning. I know, it was actually punishment. He refused to obey during yesterday's mandatory exercises. You wouldn't treat an animal like this, much less another human. To them, he's less than that. I triggered the false alarm on schedule, right on schedule, down to the second. My not at all false explosive followed suit. I had always understood that the chemical reaction was very simple to set up, but I still expected my first felony to present more challenges than this. Maybe I have a knack for this kind of thing. He didn't hesitate for 1 second when I asked him to come with me. As I rushed through the fire exit, the look on his face at that moment has stuck with me. Could anyone have looked more relieved? Maybe he should have hesitated. All that awaits him is a life in hiding. At least he'll have a choice from now on. I'm gonna check upstairs, see if there's another piece of paper up here. Like this one. I have no right to call myself a parent, but even so, parenthood is hard. His rehab is going as well as can be expected, but this is no way to raise a child. I can educate him, keep him fed, and care for him, but I can't give him any kind of future, not while Stop is trying to erase our very existence. I managed to section away enough resources to last us a while, but all my internal records within Stop were destroyed by the fire. They still don't know I'm out here, but now I have no proof that I was ever as big a part of them as I say. It's my word against theirs, and they have far larger and more powerful allies. Bombs, sabotage, and cryptic messages on shady websites get much better traction than just sending my research notes to major news outlets. Oh, hello, Binks. You here to cuddle me while we hear about child experimentation? No one cares what Daedra Destrange has to say, but when Dr. Danger blows up an energy pipeline, people look from their food and watch. He chose the name. It's got a nice old-school appeal to it. Oh, let me put my legs over it. Caution has always been eager to please and happy to spend time with me. Is it any wonder he wants to help the nefarious Dr. Danger in her fight? I should tell him no. Revenge is poison, and he's already been through too much. I still can't bear to calculate how much of his suffering is my fault. I don't have the heart to tell him no, and I'd sooner die than judge him for how much he hates Stop. Dr. Danger and Caution are becoming a household name, but that's about it. Stop is still in power. People are still too scared to take them to task, and there's still YTDI centers all over the world. If I destroy one, they move the children to another. That's horrible as is, but what they don't care enough to do even that? What do they believe the YTDI is just not worth the cost? What'll happen to those children? Something needs to change, but I'm not sure it's something that Dr. Danger can do. And I'm not sure that Daedra Destrange is enough for him. Alright, let's drop a save real quick. We like those. And the lock for a door is a scrapbook? Its pages are empty, though. Okay, so I think There? No. Alright, I think it would be him injured, him eating delicious pancakes, the bomb, and then seeing the light. Place the scrapbook down, get a fresh look at what I've got so far. When I step back, I feel something's out of place. And I can tell, and he can tell.
Hey, lab rat.
It's okay to suck at arts and crafts, lab rat. Not everyone's born to make masterpieces. But that scrapbook meant a lot to me. If you're gonna screw up that badly, you could have at least used the non-permanent glue. A bead of sweat trickles down my back. Was that an option? Wait, I left that out, didn't I? My bad. If memory served me, this button should... Whoopsie doopsie. Looks like I pressed the wrong... Subject succeeded in proving the fatality of ray gun prototype Delta 9. Contribute vectors to death. They messed up my scrapbook. So now we're even. Holy scrap! Alright, let's... load. In the words of Deadpool, you pressed the wrong button. Pages are empty, though. Considering the other two didn't pull away, I'm guessing we got those right. It was just I put the first two in wrong. No. Dude. Dude. The bomb. No. Hold on. What if it's that? The bomb. Seeing light and then making him pancakes. They struck me at a first look at what I've got so far. When I step back, I feel something's out of place. I can tell that he can tell. Alright, that told me that two different ones were wrong, though. Dude. Dude. So... he arrives at the facility. Plant the bomb. That. Finish? No. Dude. Load. It's just the 4. How am I stupid? Theoretically, I could do all combinations. Dude. It's only the 4. Reread notes. I like to walk her because I leave her comment. When she's making something explosive, it's really, really exciting. The other day I noticed she'd forgotten her flash welder. Brought it over saying that I wanted to test the grip strength of my new arm. She saw through my excuse, but she let me help anyway. Guess what? She ended up using every single idea. She was impressive. She smiled at me with pride, but at the same time, a sad look in her eyes. I've noticed she said a lot. Do something to change that. There's all this smoke and energy. There were alarms blaring and shouting. I don't really remember any of it. When we stopped running to explore the place, she said it was important to adjust my new environment. I live in a lab. Don't know why she's so stressed about my surgeries. She's the smartest person I know. I grew up on a brilliant scientist. That's saying something. She says she's still concerned about my synthetic nerves. She'd put me through more pain. She's worked on my new limbs. I haven't felt a thing since I actually fell asleep. Dude. Okay, so he's got one arm here. And he has a new arm with the bomb. So maybe, like... this? It's all about their life together? So let's see, it would be... there's all this smoke and energy, alarms blaring, barely remember any of it. She's more than otherwise. She did carry me, she seems weaker than before. Although my body doesn't loosen. I think that was left of my shoulder. Just hurting like you wouldn't believe, but I don't think I cared. Alright, so that's where he lost his arm. Adjust to the synthetic nerves, new limbs. And then making it... Alright. So this blows off his arm. New synthetic nerves make bomb. There we go. Diligent puzzler. Oh, I cleared all puzzles without skipping. We're at the end of the game? Huh? Screen behind you doesn't turn on. Guess Kashan really was serious about the whole silent treatment thing. We should be clear now. We could look around a while longer. Chances are high I won't like whatever else I find out. I better keep moving. Hey! I did it! It only took me twice as long as it should have. Hey Binks, all the cuddles. Proceed past the villain's living quarters. Looks like there's no screens in this corridor. I don't think I'll see any of Dr. Danger either. There isn't much else to say about this hall. If that's the case, then it's probably close to the exit. To be honest, the lack of nasally jabbering kind of puts me on edge. Not that I like that brat who called me a lab rat and trapped me in several rooms with lethal puzzles, but the silence forces me to focus on something much louder and much more disturbing. Thoughts that are only now coming to the forefront of my mind. Think about Daedra Destrange. You think about the results of your investigation, and I think about myself, a tiny cog in a massive machine, a sleek, pristine, reliable machine, carefully cleansed by the blood it spilt. A deep, dark pit hollows in my stomach. Slowly, I make my way forward, each step heavier than the last. In a large garage area filled to the brim with cardboard boxes, the exit waits for me, wide open. It's night already. Outside, I hear the quiet rushing of a river. Just a few more steps, and I'm out of here. Even more, and I'll be on the bus back home. Take a couple hours to get back to HQ. I'll nap on the ride, probably. So by the time I get to my next stop, I'll have enough energy to run up thousands of narrow stairs. And I'll reach my boss's office and... well, what'll happen next? I'll definitely get that bonus, if this isn't going above and beyond. Maybe I'll get a promotion. A better salary, better benefits, better home, better life. Something I've always wanted. I really would. Hit that subscribe button. And maybe that'll help me sort of...
Finally going to take responsibility.
Can I read?
Finally going to take responsibility.
Fine. The pit in my stomach. Come on, Caution. Come kick my ass. Not now, kid. The last thing you need is him...
I see my escape rooms have worked their magic.
Yes?
I didn't think it was possible, but... you're feeling guilty, aren't you?
Maybe a bit. Could you stop pointing the revolver at me? Guilt? Is that what it is? Over something I didn't do? All those years, you must have been so proud to wear that uniform. To be a brave soldier fighting for such a pristine, justice-seeking organization like that. I feel sick. But it's not enough for you to feel bad. Because if I let you go home and get your bonuses and sleep in your nice bed, you'll be stumbling over yourself to forget everything that happened here as fast as possible. You, or your boss, or the next agent. You'll storm in here and sweep away everything me and Dr. Danger fought for. Someone better'll catch me and destroy this place. And Stop'll turn me into a nameless drone like I was supposed to be. He's shaking. He's trying to put on a brave face, but he's shaking.
But I don't want that, you know?
I know. Come on. Bring it in.
I don't want to forget my home, my books, my bugs, my bed. And I don't want to forget myself.
Hey, it's okay, come on, bring it in.
I don't want to forget about collecting stickers, or eating pudding, or sewing my first pair of mittens.
You did sew a lot of mittens, Caution.
And I don't want to forget Dr. Danger! She saved me! She raised me! She stood up for me when no one else did!
Aww. Oh.
what did Stop do? They made her a villain! They took everything away from her! They killed her!
Damn. Shh. So, what are you gonna do now, lab rat? You still got your weapon, don't you? Come on, hit me with your best shot. Hit me. Because if you don't, I'll... I can't deal with this anymore. I don't want to fight him. You're not going to use your gun?
Then, on behalf of Stop, die.
The bullet... It only grazed my cheek. Oh, thank God. Huh? Caution. Felt. What's going... Oh, come on, little boy.
I missed.
You did? I think it was on purpose.
I had the muzzle aimed at your head, the bullets loaded,
You did.
and I missed.
You did.
First try.
Caution's gaze is vacant. It's the same gaze as that boy in the scrapbook. That alone makes the pit in my stomach sink even deeper. So to fill it, I say something really, really stupid. You know, you could have fired again. I'm at contact shot distance.
No, I couldn't have. Trying to kill you was a lot more tiring than I thought it would be.
Tiring?
Go. This is what you wanted, right? The exit's right there.
Yeah, but I want to hang out with you, Caution.
Go back to your home. Your TV. Your money.
No. I'm staying here. Once try.
I was fooling myself. Thinking I could do what Dr. Danger did for me.
No. Come on, kid. We can rebuild. We can be terrorists. It'll be great.
So go. I hope the guilt eats at you for the rest of your fucking life.
Damn, son. Slowly, I make my way towards the exit. No! When I finally make it outside, I turn back. Boy's still sitting there. Legs splayed haphazardly. Arms floppy. Still staring at me. I stare back at him. Give him a curt nod. He doesn't react. So without another word, I turn back. Turn back and see him forcing an attempt at a villainous grin.
If you really feel that bad about it, I did sneak copies of everything you've seen here onto your device. I found your address while you were looking around.
Oh.
Pretty devious idea, right?
Right.
Downright heinous.
He takes a deep breath and exhales.
Alright. Here's another world-class criminal scheme for you.
Go on.
Stop Agent stakes reputation, credentials, leaks internal docs to all four corners of the net.
Go on, I'm down for this plan.
Not a bad headline. Could make for a half-decent start to a villainous career.
I would like a villainous career. I'm in!
Your choice, obviously. But I know what I'm talking about.
You do?
After all, I am a supervillain.
You are. A hairpin drops. Footsteps. Wait, he just left? How dare! Now I'm gonna have to play the sequel when it comes out. Speaking of, there is a Patreon for that. For updates and such. I like my agent gloves. Call me Go. Because caution, you know, for yellow light, danger for red. You get the point. And I'm gonna call time at just shy of 7 hours. Director Matto, lovely, lovely. I've been hanging out with Matto, it's been fun. And by that I mean just back and forth on email. Writing, the team, puzzles and programming, Spec and Kingyo dev, art and UI. Oh, Matto's part of Reina and Spycade. I'm gonna have to ask about them. Because I liked the art style here a lot. Music was wonderful, voiceover, Carrick Ibnet, and Vin Vox. Well, if you need my voice, it's here. D-Ray, Phoebe Fetcher. Trailer by Matto and Jenny Mula. Quality assurance, all of these people. Whatever productions. Special thanks to these few people. That was a cute little indie game. And we have a prequel to play after this, but that will be next week. There's no puzzles in the other one. It's just a visual novel. There we go. We got the escape. I did the thing. Nice. Yeah, 7 hours. Not terrible. It was a lot of staring at puzzles. So much staring at puzzles. Oh. A reminder that I love hard mode, despite my smarter intentions. Yeah, I think this should take us... it's not going to show on stream, but... There's a link tree for the violence users. I'm going to throw it in chat, so that you can actually go check it all out for yourself. I would recommend it. Matto's pretty cool. And I think she deserves all of the help, or all of the attention that it so deserves. So check that out if you're the fan. I will also have it in the YouTube description when the time comes. As for the future of Caution and that, again, Matto is currently working on the sequel, which will be more RPG style, from my understanding, or at least made in RPG Maker. So look forward to it. I know I will. I'm gonna ask for it. The story. I'm a fucking author, and the story was good. I liked it. Caution was a good character, the depth of it was nice, and it eased into its revelation nicely in that, I guess third chapter would be the best way to describe it. Third section. It let you come to the conclusion and figure it out yourself before it just hit you over the head with it, which was good. Honestly, liked this a lot. Interested to see about Proto-Violence, the prequel. Again, should be significantly shorter. We will do that next week after some more LADX stuff, because I'm going to keep the LADX train going strong. As for next stream, though, that will be Hades on Thursday, so look forward to it. We have our gay relationships, and those are the best. I will repeat it one more time. Look forward to it. See you next week, and thank you all for watching. I'll see you later.